was wondering when you turn up. Had ours from all our friends thanking you for your timely intervention. How is it you always manage to arrive at just the right moment?
Luck, I suppose. Any word on the rest of the realm?
Let's see. Storm's still crying out for mother crystals. The nations are still in chaos. And the skies are still the colour of a kick in the kidneys 2 days on. So...
Right.
Clive, we knew this was going to happen. Well, not the bleeding skies part, but you take my point. Now's not the time to second-guess yourself. Now's the time to visit the infirmary. Talia says your brother's awake.
Thank you, Otto.
So it was not Sylvester, but Olivier who served as Ultima's puppet. And when Dion learned of this, he sought to slay the fiend. Only for his father to take the spear that would have freed him. Enough to drive a man to madness.
Small wonder he hasn't stirred. I would be afraid to wake.
Had I but reached out to him sooner, warned him of the threat Ultima posed. But now, both an empire and her prince lie broken.
Joshua, what do you know of Ultima?
Very little, I'm afraid. Despite my best efforts. 18 years ago, as I lay buried beneath the rubble of Phoenix Gate, 'twas not death who came for me, but another. And it was while in my rescuer's care I first heard of Ultima. I've been chasing his shadow ever since. Ultima is driven by some deep, dark purpose, and for whatever reason, it would seem you are crucial to his designs. He will stop at nothing to have you, even if that means toppling an empire.
But why me? What possible use could I be to such a creature?
That is one of many answers that have eluded me. Yet, I am certain of this. It is not mere chance. You were chosen for a reason. All dominants carry within them the might of an icon. Nigh limitless power that is at once acutely limited. I wield fire, and only fire.
And I only ice. 8 wardens for 8 elements. But you, Clive.
You are different. You're special. Your abilities begin with the flames of Ifrit. But they do not end there. The fact Ifrit can even exist goes against everything we thought we knew of dominance. Perhaps Ultima has been waiting for one such as you, whose potential is truly limitless.
I've encountered that thing several times now. If it or he, as you say, needs me, why hasn't he claimed me as he did the boy?
Were I to hazard a guess, I'd say the two of you are somehow incompatible. His mind not properly attuned to your body.
His mind?
Mind, awareness, spirit, call it what you wish. But I believe Ultima to be an embodiment of the concept. It is why I struggle and fail to contain him here inside me.
I'm sorry. Inside you?
With every setting sun, I feel my strength wane. And though the Phoenix's flames mend the prison I have made for Ultima, they do so at a cost. We must find a means to bring an end to him before I meet my own.
What were you thinking?
It was that or let him take Clive. And I've always had a soft spot for my brother.
But That doesn't mean you should sacrifice yourself to save me.
Joshua. Clive, it's Gav. There's an army of Akashic at the gates of Canver.
Well, what's the short of it?
I thought Tyre told you. The capital of the Free Cities is under siege by an army of monstrosities. The City Guard are doing their best to stem the tide, but numbers ain't on their side.
What of Lord Byron and Mid? Were they able to escape?
No, but they're all right for now. They're hiding with Gav at midship.
We have to get them out of there.
And we shall. Otto, prepare a Stolas. Tell Gav to stay exactly where he is.
Understood.
Vivian, what's the swiftest route to the Free Cities?
That sounds like a question for the map. Look here. This road, through Tabor, should provide the least trouble.
Good.
What a coincidence. Tabor is exactly where I'm bound.
Joshua, bed is where you should be bound.
You don't think I told him the exact same thing?
Were Tyre not such a talented healer, I would surely have been inclined to agree. But, thanks to her ministrations, I feel I may safely rejoin my attendant, who was to wait for me in Tabor if we became separated.
All right, we travel together.
Clive!
If he stays close to me, he'll be fine.
Thank you, brother.
I'll look after him.
Seems that
Blasted book. Here, you put me in this situation.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for?
I'm all the cook will be needing. Thank you. You remember Ivan's? So I thought I'd try making one of these.
It wasn't a strafe.
Yeah, but this is my...
I've never been one to... So,
A fried mortress of recipe seemed only...
Yvonne said that...
Wow, kindly old...
Fine, and if it...
You do.
Blackthorn, you have a moment.
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, that you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
Still,
And that was?
a sword. And the metal itself wasn't anything to write home about. You could slice a man clean.
So that's what's...
No.
And if you knew how to, we could arm the curse break.
That's about...
I'll see what I can... Sharper swords, and we can't have...
You're a soft, but I can't say I'm not grateful.
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows. You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out
I want to know about the sort.
running around after...
I suppose I am.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that, make it which made it nice.
Can you tell me who bought it?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go. Fine. Lord Ignaxon, and he's got more. Reckon he'll still be...
Thank you, Karen.
Oh.
I appreciate it. Did you see the pair that got hauled into tires?
What do I owe the honor? Not saying Fordian, do you? Not bad, if I do say so myself. Anything else?
It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Canville was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
Ready, go? Faster! Use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they will allow it, the Echoes have a will of their own.
time to fight.
Caution, brother.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
Yeah!
You're injured. What happened here? Where are your comrades?
Ether flood. Up ahead. It swallowed our camp while we slept. My own men did this. Turned. Every last one of them. There's a village not far from here. Tabor. It's only a matter of time before they won't stand a chance. We can't let those monsters reach the...
I'll go. You catch your breath.
Thank you. Our encampment is up ahead. Just off the track. They must not reach Tabor. Forgive me, Lord Kuka.
Rest well, soldier. You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the Akashic are still there.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go round it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
Someone there! Please, I can't move my leg!
That doesn't sound like an Akashic. You're with the battalion?
I am. I heard the fighting. Are the others?
Taken care of. One of your brothers in arms told me what happened and asked for help.
Another survivor? Where is he? Tell me.
His wounds were too deep.
He was right to send you. Those things you slew are no longer my brothers. Tabor is safe thanks to you. Here, you've earned it. You seem familiar. Have we met?
You must have me confused with someone else.
Wait. That scar.
Son of a whore. You're Sid. I was there, in Cosnis, when you killed my brothers. I was there in Rosalith, when you killed my commander!
My war with Hugo Kupka is over. I bear no ill will toward those who followed him.
And what of my ill will? Coward! Draw your steel. Lord Kupka shall be avenged!
When your wounds have healed and your head has cooled, come and find me if you must. Though I hazard your life would be better spent in service of those who need it. Or have you forgotten your oath to the Republic?
My oath? What would you know of oaths?
I know how hard they are to keep. Which is why I'm giving you the chance to keep yours.
No. I won't be deceived. Lord Kupka told us of your crimes. You are an outlaw. A murderer, not some
man. Like you or anyone else.
I am nothing like you. But if you're not gonna kill me, then go. Leave! Just know that I will find you, Sid. Someday.
Good girl. Faster!
nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
I can walk from here. Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
Here, take a look at my wares. Come again.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yote, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yote has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yote. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yote and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloed knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
all the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce!
Forgive us! We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity!
How dare you!
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to... Have my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The king! He has come to save us from the Akashic! He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools! Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough. Pathetic creatures. That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city, her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris. A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
By the flames.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike, his very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominants, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it, like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you,
You have my word.
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yote.
Let's find our friends.
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
Opportunity beckons. Who am I? Is that blade for Hut?
Figuratively.
Well, a passing carrot. Dread Eve is...
How do you want to...
Eventually. Dread Eve, bring me that...
All right.
Of course, you leave tape... I eagerly...
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace,
My report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix, and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token. For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal themselves unto you. If there is nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
It's a Canva, then.
We'll talk about this later. Cyril seemed very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
The free city's under siege.
Let's go.
Orcs. Then let us be rid of them. Clive. Smoke.
Is the city fallen?
The free men are still holding their own, then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry. Sounds like thunder.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come. Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hey?
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled?
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the Merchants' District to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the Merchants' District, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things. They've been routed. They're wearing Waluda armor. Nothing but monsters here. Agora, where the city's leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside.
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt, and now you're here, with an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Savior of House Harvard, and you will yield. Or not.
As long as you don't hold back.
Soil and stone!
Nice try.
You will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos. Yes! Yes!
Actually, I wouldn't. Too slow. It's over. The vessel is strong. My liege.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Walud.
Get back.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
Oi! Oi! This way! Hurry!
Power beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Will you be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we're up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake, my boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the Royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. Behind here, I wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But you have an idea.
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself. Gav said that Otto might know something.
Clive, if you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. You'll not find a better price than that.
Yep. What's that for you, dear? You can thank me later. Yeah, that should do you.
Rutherford. Wasn't that the name of my uncle's manservant? Why would he be at Martha's Rest?
If it's knowledge you seek.
Sid, perhaps you...
I can certainly try.
It's not who, but what. I borrowed them to teach my first, which almost...
Perhaps of it...
I don't like... They were in the...
Let me help. I know my letters.
Lawsman Harpocrates. I've come to pick up...
Valisthea, the young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope...
That's actually why I'm here.
So the fabled Sandbricois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. Now, Skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern. Their
dragon livers.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence. I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern.
So we know where to look for our liver.
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance. A herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the... I may add.
Meaning that if I...
Best of luck, and...
I gonna...
Is everything all right? You seem more...
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm in a bit of a... Oh, I think Nan might be in trouble.
It's all right.
Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits and cutthroats and that. I mean, she's fond of a chance to make a coin, but she'd never do business with baddies. Especially not... I wanted to ask her about it myself, but... She'd never give your tongue a lashing, though, would she?
Don't worry.
Oh, thanks. You let me know what...
Of course. I'm sure it's all just a misunderstanding. Lady Karen.
Not nearly as...
You're doing good trade, then?
Can't complain. Wait. What exactly? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs.
Just... all right.
Oh. Are you? And who was it who knows me so well as to tell tales?
I didn't exactly hear firsthand. All I know is that someone in Dalamil has been...
And what? You believe it? You think I'm profiting off the blood of innocents, do you? Look, I've done things I'm not proud of. Might be there were a time when I turned a blind eye to the wretchedness of the world so I could line my pocket. But that woman is no more. And you'd know that if you'd ever paid the slack.
You're right, Lady Karen. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
No. I reckon you've got...
Of course. I spoke that the rumors were unfounded, along with some other things, and while it sounds like she may have done things...
Oh, I knew Nan wasn't... But why would people say she was?
No, but people do things for all...
Well, that trader, he said they were all talking about her, so that's where I'm going. I'll find...
Are you sure that's wise? Whoever's...
Oh, but that's why you'll be...
He's a surly soaker.
Sid! Heard you were in Canva fetching young Ned.
What do you reckon we should do?
Sid!
Hard at your studies, I see. It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it is.
Well, not anymore.
And just how long hasn't it?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them.
Just like Miss Mididol showed us.
Miss Mididol? And why would she...
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Mididol said. The best...
Well, then your work is already half done.
The taking apart was easy enough, but it's the putting...
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom.
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh... All right. Everything here, every piece has its own role to play. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. You already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role... This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is?
You're right.
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid?
I'll think about it.
Hold things.
Good thinking. These round parts are called the
I do. What? But these aren't for frying bangers, you... But what if I wanted to weigh goods?
What are the chains for?
Well spotted. Which means... this tiny piece.
I have.
She puts them in all her...
That's right. They're very useful.
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple.
Not my fault.
You know what part's supposed to move, so...
Not a bad idea. So, now that we've taken stock of the...
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do.
Well, obviously you need to...
And the arms go on the body, and then the arm...
Very good.
Yes!
Well...
Oh, I just put the pieces together.
That's right. We're Miss Mididol's hairs.
Her hairs?
Yeah. Hairs for the future. She's showing us her secrets.
What do you think, Sid?
With a little more help from Miss Mididol and Miss Shut.
You hear that?
Until then, though...
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you? Didn't happen to forget anything, did you, Sid? Didn't happen to forget anything, did you, Sid?
Do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
Well... Here, Sid.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this lovely bit of kit, it is. Bunging a solution you want. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off.
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like.
Proper.
So what exactly?
Nothing, but gave me a sample she'd obtained from the... You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out... So, I did a bit, and do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them beyond...
I take it that's...
I saw it would have gone myself, but...
All right.
Thank you, Coin.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? I'm sorry to drag you into... It's just... I could...
Here you go.
Think you can help?
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with Akashic and the valleys are full of ether?
Cole said it was an army of Akashic.
Well, did...
It was as if they dismantled them to...
Oh, no.
Thankfully she won't. Although I was the one who ended up...
I'm so sorry. I shall see that the children...
Please, there's no need. She'd have them follow in her footsteps.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so much time at the hideaway of...
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in Canva.
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange for full tuition to anyone else, it would be an opportunity. But to Mid, but that should come as no surprise. She's only ever cared about bringing...
Which explains her heir. She's working to give them a better life.
Ah, you've given them far more than that.
Clive? But if you're here, where the hell is everyone else? Don't tell me.
They're all right. But it's a long story.
You lot don't do things by halves, do you? Well, at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive, but if you had those, you'd be...
Sitting under a pile of rubble, I know.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins, most of which ended up being used to build this place. The more personal items we gave to the next of kin. In the case of Sid's things, that would have been Mid.
Then I'll check the workshop.
Master Sid, have you seen His Highness the Prince? We were to dine together, or so I was going to suggest. Before he vanished, that is. I suppose now I'll just have to ask the Bard.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone.
Do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
You saw that work of devilry on the deck, didn't you?
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it. I'd better keep looking.
I know this is your hideaway.
What do we have here? Oh. Sid's pipes. Something tells me Mid won't be needing these.
We've had no word from Canva for days. Please tell me Mid is all right.
I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. I wonder if it was Mid's. Huh. What's this tucked inside it? Sid's best invention. Huh. That sounds promising. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. But what would that be? Perhaps Otto might know.
Well, did you find anything?
Possibly. You wouldn't happen to know what Mid's first opus was?
Opus? That girl's as tone deaf as a banshee. Unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12, when she was surprised us all. Not least her dad. You should have seen how proud he was of the little scamp. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something.
Wouldn't those two and their bloody treasure hunts? Half the things...
How are we supposed to do our duty?
If it's knowledge you seek.
Who's that sulking?
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break.
What didn't you?
No,
nothing. We definitely didn't break the orchestrum.
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except when it isn't. See?
And you had nothing to...
Nope. We just wanted to listen to... So we pressed all the buttons. Like this. See?
All right. Something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break it? Can you fix it?
No, I mean, yeah, yes. There. How about now?
You fixed it! Sid fixed it! He more than fixed it! Yeah, new music!
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed this. Whatever it is.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some...
Just the two I was looking for.
Aye. Who's a patient?
Actually, yes. The Crown Prince just left.
Dion left?
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we go after him?
No. We're not the Prince's keepers. He's free to do as he sees fit.
I'd rather he did so in bed. His wounds are nowhere near healed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened in Canver. What is it with this realm's princes and their aversion to rest?
Ask me when I get back. Though I may be sometime.
Then at least try to stay safe.
And if that fails, try to stay alive, eh?
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
Cole said it was an army of Akasha.
She can't kick this. Glory to Griga.
What's happened?
Talia's busy working herself into an early grave. I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but Clive, she hasn't left the info. Will you talk to her?
I know better than... Altair. Rodriguez worried about you. We all admire your...
I will. Until then, we owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. Someone who... It won't be much longer. The crystals... If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing.
How would tears help this?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy.
You wouldn't, Ty. There must be something...
Sometimes an easy death is the greatest kindness we can offer. You do well to remember that, Rodriguez.
I will. We have all the ingredients we need for Alicia Balwam. It needs to be fresh, though, so we rarely have much to hand. I can make the draft if you can bring me what we're missing.
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in the forests of Norvent, near Lorbert's Pass. Bring me one of their eyes. Preserve it as best you can, but avoid... I'll make sure the other ingredients are ready.
Thank you, Clive.
Clive.
Oh?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up res... Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems they're back now. I don't mind having a few more brave boys, but we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. I'd build 'em a new barracks here, but where would I put 'em? There just ain't enough, which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people work...
I see.
And it ain't just that lot. There's bears. There's been more and more of them turning up lately, but there's only so many we can't keep cramming more and more people into less and less space. What we need, and that's what I was hoping you might help me with.
It's no but.
Thank you.
So, where were you thinking of?
Well, I reckon we...
Eastpool. It's been a long time since...
It was a trap, and if any of us could have done any... But what's done is done. And those who lived there...
I suppose...
The blight might be pressing in, but I reckon there's just one problem. A band of cutthroats have made it their den. Nasty bastards they are. Would have sent someone to clear 'em out sooner. But now we've got a few more Guardians of the Flame to call on. I reckon it's time we...
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved.
And I know the men will gladly follow. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade about how we might... And I dare say he's got some ideas of his own too.
Of course.
Reckon Eastpool would make a nice little home for a few bearers and guardians with them. Going to make a go of it.
All right, Sir Wade. Let's hear your plan. So Wade.
And you, Lord Rossfield.
I spoke with Martha. She tells me you have plans to...
That's right. Though it was... I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since joining us. And then there are the bearers. Men and women who found the courage. We need somewhere to settle them. And...
As can I, which is why I agreed to...
That's very kind of you. With you beside us, we shall soon send that...
So?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. Few, and rather less, thankfully. The road that leads there. A small force would suffice to clear the village. But if the Akashic were to follow them in, that force could end up trapped...
I'll head into Eastpool and deal with the band. You and the Guardians can stay outside the... Make sure I'm not taken unawares.
I can't ask you to bear all that risk.
The Akashic are the bigger risk.
Well, I shall summon my...
Shall I wait?
No need, my lord.
All right.
We shall see you there.
My lord Marquis, is that... It is you. I am Sebastian
Of course.
Yes, my lord.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put it...
1,000 apologies, my lord. I did not mean to offend.
It's all right.
I am here at Martha's, tasked with learning what I am able of the realm's current state of affairs. And what I have learned is grim. The fall of the Mother Crystals has left Storm in a state of utter disarray. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse. Akashic attacks, once unthinkable, are now commonplace. The gears of governance have ground to a halt, and without a steady hand on the tiller, the realm threatens to drift into utter chaos. Your Lord Uncle, however, believes there is a way to avoid this fate, and is determined to see it set in motion.
That sounds like quite the undertaking.
It is. Hence my having enlisted the aid of several colleagues serving the 7 high houses. Alas, I have lost contact with 2 of those colleagues already. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark times, even that may not prove sufficient to keep a man safe on the road.
So you want me to find them? I'll need to know where they went.
One I sent to investigate the Republic, the other the old Imperial capital of Oriflamme.
That doesn't exactly narrow it down. I suppose I'll start in Dalamil and work my way east.
Thank you, my lord. I shall pray for your success and safety.
Just walk in here. Kill him.
You will live peacefully now, or face the consequences. That's the end of that, then. Or maybe not. What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes too. More surprises?
Bravo. A magnificent display, my lord.
You were watching. I thought you were keeping an eye out.
We were. Put down more than a few on the road, then arrived just in time.
Let's hope it was the last of its kind. Though
I would hope.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here, I assume. It might be best to send word for them to come right away.
Of course. I'll leave it with me.
Home. Without masters.
No. We're the masters now. Our lives are our own at last.
That's all of them. And not a single Akashek in sight. Now to begin the important work of rebuilding the place. It won't be easy. Especially not after 5 years of beasts and blackguards having their wicked way with the place. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't lost in the fire or burned by the bandits, that is. It'll take a bit of elbow grease, but we'll see Eastpool rise again. Just you wait.
So wait. Lady Hannah is buried here. If you don't mind, I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts.
Of course.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived. If you need anything more, you have only to send a Stolas.
And we will, my lord.
Eastpool is in safe hands. Time to go and tell Martha the good news.
So this is our new home, is it?
Certainly quiet. If I were Giant Antelope, it seemed like just the place. I doubt we'll find one bigger than that. You hungry, Torgal?
Enough!
Now, will it be enough, I wonder? I say that answers my question, which means we owe the lawsmen our thanks. You're just a big puppy, aren't you? You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite.
There you are. Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandits while his lot kept... What's all this about? Some shapeshift? On second thought, it'll only give me nightmares of me own. What?
I suppose it will be.
What else? Sir Wade said it. There's plenty bad happened to that place. But...
Did Wade say that?
Well, something. Anyway, the poor souls might have... The way I see it, if it's food or lumber or strong backs they need, the rest is ready to provide it.
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you. You didn't have to help us.
I wanted to.
Clive, we weren't expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to be here, but it seems we still owe you, and though I doubt it's what you were expecting. We were...
A star, Ruby? I can't accept this. It's worth at least twice what you owe me. More if you can find just...
Think of the difference as interest.
Interest? If word got out, I charged... Anyway, why are you the one here asking me about this? I'd have expected Otto. Bit much sending the Lord Marquis out to settle your debts and...
Something like that. Most days I think he's the only reason that I'd...
Same as always, eh? Back when the place was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of a recently retired Lord Commander, Word probably knew that without his strong arm and level head, the idea would never get off the ground. Sid may have been the face of the hideaway, but Otto's always been the backbone. And when Sid passed away, we were all worried that would be the end of it. That Otto would just give up.
His death was hard on everyone. But it must have hit Otto hardest of all.
But he didn't give up, did he? Quite the opposite, in fact. If I recall, he was the one who nominated you as Sid's replacement, and rallied the rest around you. I reckon what he saw in Sid, he saw in you too. And don't we all? Doesn't hurt that you're half as stubborn and twice as handsome, neither. That, and you keep good company.
I suppose I do.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
You have to do.
I won't let you down.
Clive, as you know, our time grows short. Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have been your most vocal ally, I trust you, as I trusted your predecessor.
Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment, but his revenge...
It is the one I found, and it is all that I have lived for since that day.
But what of Lostwing?
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, the village will have served its purpose. My comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we shall fight, but there are those among us who I would place Lostwing in their hands, but a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay a safe haven. And so, Clive, I
will.
Thank you. I will not have it said that I did not see to the well-being of those. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from danger in case...
Understood.
Then the last of my preparations are complete. Fare you well, Clive. And may Griga guide us. All of us.
To Gotan's Bales. Everyone, Quinton has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can.
Well, if that's what the Master thinks. Sid, none of us will be standing here today. We owe him our lives. So if he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, it's 'cause he ain't coming back. And if that's what has to happen, then so be it. That we get to see
I hope so too.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else? They ain't already left, have they?
They've gone with Master...
Fuck!
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quinton to call off the attack. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster! They don't stand a chance against that thing. They're all gonna fucking...
No. Sid! Don't worry about that. We can't let Quinton...
All right. Where is this manor?
It's way over to the east, through the woods. Heaven Hall, he calls it.
Promise us, Sid.
Rodriguez could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls. Hopefully.
Faster!
Time to fight. Thanks, girl. Found her. This beast isn't to be trifled with. Don't tell me I'm too late. Quentin, are you all right?
No. But I am alive. Which is more than I can say for my comrades. They followed me without question all the way here. And they died. For nothing.
This must be the guard dog. Quentin. I'll hold it off. You go.
But...
your comrades didn't die for nothing. They died for you. Don't let their sacrifice be...
I won't.
Come on, then. You're no guard dog. You're just a rabid beast that needs to be put down. Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy. And I cut him from ear to ear. Just as I dreamed of doing all these years. All my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing. Freeing bearers from their chains and recruiting them to my cause. It was all for this. But what is this? My faithful comrades. All those lives lost, so that I might take another.
Quentin.
Master Quentin! Oh, thank Grieger you're safe.
You're alive.
And so are you. I'm so sorry. I tried to warn you about that thing. And I hate to say it, but there's more bad news. It's Lostwing. It's been flooded.
What? Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool! Damn it. It's not going to last long in there. Come on, Torgal. We need to make this quick. I need to get back to Quentin. Quentin! Quentin! Look at me! Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. I'm going to get you out of here. Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quentin. Save your strength.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. Only emptiness remains. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get revenge. We're more than that to you, and we all know it.
I thought you weren't coming back. But I prayed, and you did. There's got to be a reason for that, right? Can't we just go back to how it was? You know, you looking after us all.
Your work ain't over yet, Master Quentin. We believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we still do.
Your village may be lost, but it seems your people aren't. So long as you remain to guide them.
But why? After what I Why would anyone follow me?
'Cause we're family, aren't we?
Family?
Yeah, and all our comrades who went with you, they felt the same. Lostwing weren't just a village. It was all of us.
It was. And as long as we're still here, it is too.
We can start again. Build a new Lostwing, right here in the Bales.
A fresh start. One life ends, and another begins. Why just a village? We could build towns. A nation, even. What's to stop us?
That's the Master Quinton we know.
Please. I am nobody's master. Quinton will suffice. After all, we are family. Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our behalf. You saved my life twice over. And more besides.
A bottle or two of your finest red will suffice.
Of course. Nothing but the best. And I have a feeling that this year's vintage will be the finest yet. If you don't mind waiting, that is.
I look forward to it. Let's go.
Yeah!
safe.
trifled with.
There were ghosts at the gates not days ago. Those things I said before.
Milady, I come bearing gifts.
Gifts? Whatever is the occasion? Clive, you really have outdone yourself.
Otto asked me to give it to you. To settle the Hideaway's debt with the Veil. And to compensate you for the time it took us to do so.
You disappoint me, Clive. I thought you might finally be warming to me. Tell Otto he can keep his baubles. I tried to tell him as much the first time around. The man owes me nothing, nor does the Hideaway. My contribution to the restoration effort was made freely and willingly. It was the least I could do.
You once told me Sid did you a kindness. I'd like to do the same. Please, accept it. For my sake. And for Otto's. For all of us. For all you've done.
It is rather fetching, isn't it? Very well. Otto is lucky to have you, Clive. I doubt anything could ever replace his son. But you and the others at the Hideaway are the closest thing he has to family.
Otto had a son.
Long ago, yes. Sid told me Otto lost him when he was just a boy, and blamed himself for not being able to stop it. I don't know how it happened, whether there was anything he could have done, but it was clear that it weighed heavily on him.
I didn't know.
How could you have? I doubt anyone did. Besides Sid, I've never met a man more keen to bear his sorrows in stoic silence. An ill habit, given that both have always been surrounded by friends desperate to help them.
I'm beginning to see that. Go will want to know the stones were delivered. If he's with us.
We're still alive, aren't we?
To the meadows, then.
That's what the cats
Yeah!
Pockety said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot. This must be our wyvern. All right. Let's get this over with. That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent. I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her recipe. Better head back.
What are you looking for? You've a discerning eye. A fine choice. You're welcome anytime.
Do you have any fresh water?
Now I just need to see about getting the
Bad news.
Good, actually. Something worse. Only trouble is, the serving girl's still new to the job, so I can't leave her while I go and invite those...
What exactly are you celebrating?
I've come by a particularly fine bottle of red. Gotan Rouge is the only good thing to have ever come out of the Empire. And most wouldn't part with FF16 if you held it.
So I've heard.
Oh. So you know of it, then? A gentleman who might sympathize with my predicament? Would you pass the good news to a few friends of mine? I'll give...
Sounds...
So you is Aldrich, the porter, made free of the finest felt. Stop by.
I'll be right back.
Who needs a porter when there's nowhere left to go?
I've been up.
That's me right enough.
The innkeeper sent me.
If he's just got hold of it now...
From the Empire to Boklad. You must...
such is the port. It's Oriflamme one. The farther you're willing to go... I'd say I've done it.
If we're going to do this, we'll need...
Clive, it just so happens that
And what talents would...
Why, your fearlessness.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, Randalar has been particularly badly affected. None remain free for long, of course, but the army...
And you've been looking to buy.
Precisely.
So where does my...
Though we may have the funds to buy, so we've been searching for a place where they can... And we believe we have... The place was abandoned a long time ago.
And so, we seek the aid of a fearless...
How could I
Excellent. Theo, if you wouldn't...
Of course.
Sounds like a...
I will, even if I... So I'd better
try to clear... I'll do my...
You will find a village in Chadra's Thread.
All right.
I'm sure you...
What's happened? Pardon me, but would you happen... That well-notched steel, and might you be convinced to offer me the use of those...
How exactly do you...
Well, being something of a... And I require a right... Should you accept, you will not only... Well...
My arm.
Wonderful!
But where are we going?
Along the old Zemeckis Road. And quickly!
Wait. I'd better make sure he doesn't get himself killed.
Please.
Are you Milan?
That's me.
The innkeeper's just... He thought you might like... Wine and ham to spare.
Comes with being the place everyone has to pass through to get to everywhere. We get meat from San. Or rather we did. Till not still. There's no point dwelling on it.
You'll buy something, won't you? Please. You've raised the price.
I'm looking for Bolek.
Well, you found him.
The innkeeper sent me.
I've never said no to a goat hand.
You must be a busy...
No one's making for the meaning. What gets... Some days you can't help but wonder what... You know what?
Well done. I wonder if the innkeeper might spare a cup of that wine.
Do you have any fresh water?
I spoke to your friends.
That's fantastic news. Thank you kindly. It's been a while since we all sat down, and the way I see it, that...
How so?
Well, I wouldn't be serving anything but slops without Aldrich to go and fetch the good... And then there's Milan, who always sends customers my way. Those three are the backbone of Bocklad, and without the market, I wouldn't have a single... Everyone needs a shoulder to lean on. Right.
I hear you had me carrying a bottle of goat. If I'd have known, I would have sold the thing and lived like a lord. I'll settle for a cup.
A goat and 60 bloody 6. A bottle between the four of us might not be enough to drown our sorrow.
Here they are, the free pen... The woes of the world may be monstrous.
Never a true word.
I see you've been of some assistance to
Perhaps.
finding someone. You see, I've been having trouble with thieves. I was griping about my lot to a friend of mine a few days back, and now Joseph's a sellsword, and a...
Any idea where his search for the thieves might have taken him?
The old Zemeckis Road, perhaps? He doubted they would be fool enough to linger here in Bocklad. Joseph's lived a hard life. Made him grey long before his time. I just pray he hasn't been killed over a few sacks of grain.
I can't imagine there are too many grey-haired sellswords around. Hopefully someone will have seen him. What I wouldn't give for a home.
Looks like this is the end. When are they gonna let us through?
What do you want?
Just information.
Now you mention it. There what?
Which way did he go?
How am I? Buggered off down the road, I expect. Now what?
Ready, go?
Faster!
Why am I not surprised?
You'll hand over your coin if you know what's going
hurt?
Happily not, good sir. More importantly, we have arrived. Now, feast your eyes upon the marvel before us. Ruins, a relic of the fallen civilization. A sight so common that man is oft blinded to its wonder. Colossal vessels, dashed from the very heavens. Airships, we call them, with very little thought to what wonders such a word might describe. Oblige me if you would. Does anything strike you as peculiar about this particular specimen? Though we ourselves find fallen ruins to be nigh indestructible, whatever gouged the final sin from the rock cleaved clean through the structure you see before you. A tantalizing mystery, no doubt, but merely one of countless enigmas in which Zemeckis history is steeped. Come, good sir. Our expedition continues, and we still have much to learn.
He's passionate. I'll give him that.
We don't want an it.
Neither do I.
Well, we haven't seen.
Yes, we have. We saw him climb those ones.
Maybe he found his thieves.
Mum won't let me near them. She said there's God.
Shh, now.
I only told him.
I'd listen to your mother if I were... Did Joseph's thieves really lug their stolen wares all the way out here? I think we found our thieves. They don't look happy to see me. Let's get this over with.
Stop! Don't kill him, he's just protecting his home.
Joseph? So the boy was right.
I don't know you.
Your porter friend sent me to find you.
Have I been gone that long? Wasn't hard finding the thieves.
I take it things are more complicated than they...
I'd all but ruled out bandits before I even left the market. You know why that is? Because our thieves had no interest in gold or gems, or anything they couldn't eat for that matter. Add to that the rumors of goblins in the area, and the mystery practically solved itself. I launched myself at them, full of righteous fury. The others, they huddled around that food. They stole because it was that or starvation. I've been there myself, back when times were hard.
So you spared them, and earned their trust into the bargain by the look of it.
These goblins aren't native to the area. They don't know how to survive such barren land. And once they've learned to hunt and forage, they won't be fooled.
I'm impressed. I didn't know...
Do me a favor. Let the porter know I'm safe. Oh, and don't mention the goblins.
Your secret's safe with...
I appreciate it.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. Not it. All right then. Who's first? You lose. You're going to get yours.
Oh, that would not when such majesty stretches out before us. Behold, the final sin in all its glory. As Moss tells us, a battle was fought here in ancient times. A battle of such ferocity that it tore a great crater in the very land upon which it was waged. In reaching for their holy sanctum, did man enrage the gods, and great was the vengeance that was rained down upon him. Alas, the full truth of the matter is lost to time, though I live in hope that I might see it discovered. But we must not dwell upon such things. There is more yet to see. Onward! History awaits!
Good girl. He's really got himself into trouble this time. Still in one piece?
It would seem so. And once more, you impress me with your prowess. Though Moss the Chronicler concurs with the legends in attributing the fall of Zemeckis to a wrath wrought upon mankind by the gods, he offers little in the way of explanation. Could the ruins we see before us here, in all their elaborate beauty, perhaps suggest an answer? Could the construction of such miraculous edifices have been considered an encroachment upon the province of the divine? Alas, all is mere...
Not if you keep running headfirst.
You are right, of course. And not only have you plucked me repeatedly from the jaws of death, you have proven yourself a willing audience to my ramblings.
Glad to help, but didn't you say you came here to investigate something?
I fear I may have rather overstated the case on that front. In truth, a captive ear was all I really desired. You see, even my fellow scholars have grown somewhat weary of my musings of late. And so I came upon the idea of purchasing a companion. A captive...
That's what this was all about.
I am afraid so. And now, my good man, it is high time we returned whence we came.
Fine. Just don't go running off this time.
And so, here, your reward for humoring my selfish whims.
What's happened? Guards at the gate.
We're saying twin sides.
Joseph's fine. He'll be back. He certainly knows his business.
A good man to have around, that Joseph. And if you thank you for putting my mind at ease.
Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
This must have been a nice place once. And it will be again.
Soil and stone! Finished. Enough.
That's all of them. Toggle.
Here, take a look at my wares. A fine choice. Anything else? Take care.
Fleshed 100 skins today.
You wouldn't happen to have a decent whetstone in there, would you?
So it's these stones to Canva, and the rest of the boxes to Dalamil.
That Cyril fella's an odd fish.
How are those new boots treated?
You! Finally.
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students...
The university?
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most accomplished in all Valisthea, some have said. In my heyday, no obstacle could... The answers I seek lying. Would you do an old man a kindness and brave the...
Climb the step.
And memorize a few... some courteous soul is rumored to have carved clues to Tabor's rich history. 3 of them, to be precise. 1 each. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might shed light on a riddle, namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people. People?
I can't promise I'll remember it.
Remember what you can. I'll piece together the...
So it's these stones to Canva, and the rest of the boxes to Dalamil.
Not a scratch on them. Have you noticed the elder has been coughing?
What golden plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder? Farmers must have settled here in Tabor.
If it wasn't for those domed roofs protecting the stones from the elements, the truth of Tabor's history would have been lost centuries ago.
How are those new boots treated?
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals. I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read. The engravings were in good repair,
Oh, what that I could have... come, don't tease me now. Let's start with the...
Guardians of the Crystal. The first I'm pretty sure that was...
Fascinating. It would seem the founders of this city were descendants of those fallen charged with protecting the mother crystals. But whatever could have driven the Guardians, the engraving...
Wanderers of the Golden Plains. Lay your roots in stone. Or...
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor. Its guardian roots could... This is proving most enlightening.
Children of the Hunters. That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding peak. 3 engravings. 1 for each of the 3 peoples to have settled Tabor. Guardians of the Mother Crystal. Wanderers from across the plains. Little wonder it was so difficult to trace the route. Nonetheless, one cannot help but wonder why this fact is not better known among scholars.
Too many stairs, Bah.
Ha! Too many...
Careful how you pack that leather. Any creases or scratches.
The free city's under siege?
Good girl.
Yeah!
You deserve a rest. Ready, go? There's still plenty of fighting yet. sooner it's off my hands, the better.
Be safe. Ready, go?
Straight home now.
Playtime for the pack, is it? Let me introduce you to mine.
Let's go.
My blade yet hungers and survive. Come. Let us feast on your flesh. Your feast of days are over.
Farewell. Those who kill for sport deserve no better. Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? Certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the Mother Crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Focus on the job at hand. Think about what you can do right now.
What use is proofing loaves when... Wait. Perhaps the solution has been in the bakery. You've opened my eyes!
Wait. Suppose you won't be needing an escort then. It's not going to be... People take notice of wealthy men. Shouldn't be too hard to track down Karen's collector.
Ah, there you are. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my...
Master, it's ready.
I dare say.
Just look at it. Her steeple peaks. Her... True, my loaves... And look, inside... Master, I have found...
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it... not only is my apprentice back, but he's fine. I don't know how you did. Now, Dusan, I know you're keen, but do you have to use the good salt? Leave some for the rest of us.
If all of us continue to work together...
Lubo did well to bring Conrad and Natalie together.
My reputation will be ruined! Ruined! Calm yourself, Lord Ignac, I beg of you, before you do yourself a mischief.
Pardon the intrusion, but...
Out! Get out! I paid for these rooms so I wouldn't be disturbed. Leave me be! Please, allow me to apologize. His lordship is going through a difficult time, and he's never been fond of Radim! Get rid of the filthy oaf! Very good. Would you mind stepping out?
I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
That? Oh, no. That's just how his lordship is. He has been dispossessed of his luggage, you see. The thieves also made away with a considerable amount of coin. Coin the innkeeper will soon be keen to collect.
I don't suppose a certain blade was among the stolen items. A single-edged sword. It was purchased from a merchant friend of mine.
Ah, you know Lady Karen. Yes, I'm afraid it was.
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage. But I have one condition.
You have but to state it. You are welcome to anything that is within my power to grant.
I want an audience with Lord Ignac. A few minutes should be enough. Then I'll be on my way.
A condition I would be a fool to refuse. Of course, you shall have your audience.
I don't suppose you saw where the thieves went?
I did not, no. Though some discreet inquiries made on his lordship's behalf, every ill-gotten coin in Dalamil...
And that's where I'm heading.
I shall speak to Lord Ignac and...
That will be very kind of you.
Farewell, and best of luck.
It shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
Could be I know something more.
Clive, listen! I've found someone who says he's heard the rumours about Nan.
Have you?
Go on. Tell him.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Karen's been selling steel to whoever'll pay her price, be they knight or knave. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war they'll wage. And the more war being waged, and who will they all turn to? Why, the good
And you've seen this Reaper at work?
Aye, it just so happens I have. You'll find her right here plying her trade.
Here in Delamil? Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market, but if you're not the patient type, you can probably find her at her storehouse. But it'd be a bolder man than me that braved that particular. Feeling bold, traveler? Now, if that's all...
Sorry to...
You don't think Nan's the
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be an...
Eh? What do you mean?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks. So who...
Good question.
And I'll visit this storehouse.
All right, but...
You too, Goots. Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see your master here, so you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told you, I have nothing.
Then maybe we'll take that pretty outfit.
Please! These men are trying to rob me!
I'll deal with this.
Thank you.
You that one's master, then? If you'd kindly pay the coin he owes us, we can pretend you didn't draw your blade on Republican soldiers.
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you to your captain.
Oh, you're more than welcome to. He hasn't had many visitors since we slit his throat.
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful, but...
Much has changed in the Republican army since they lost their rock.
You've seen this kind of thing before, then?
Many times. I was sent here to observe the situation.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks.
I fancy I could defend myself against one, perhaps two, but a whole regiment. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but when I called upon the captain of the local garrison to make inquiries, his men confiscated my effects and locked me in a cell.
The captain is no more, and his men make the rules now.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free, only to be stopped again by those soldiers you so kindly dispatched.
What of the Fist Central Command? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness amongst their...
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of the army has fallen back to the capital, and those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked, answering to no one but themselves.
Then it's worse than we imagined. You should return to Rosaria.
I'll find a caravan. You won't mind if I borrow one of these soldiers' coin purses?
Not at all. Now, to find this second associate of Rutherford's. If he was bound for Oriflamme, I'll start at Northreach and see if I... Here's your hide.
I worried you might never Oh, a sup. Clearly my trust in you was not misplaced. You join me as my honored partner. With my...
I don't plan on making a habit of this. I'm busy enough as it is.
Very well. Though I believe fate had a hand in our meeting, it would be unbecoming of me to beg. Do not allow me to keep you from being about your business.
You fought very bravely.
The safety of the town is in our hands.
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Just you, is it? Thought I might have laid it on a bit thick.
It was a fairly unconvincing tale. So, what now?
That's up to you. Die a slow death, or a quick one. Boys, he's all yours. But that sword is mine.
Leave now and we can pretend this didn't happen.
It's over!
Oh, you've done it now.
Go on. Tell me what I've done.
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed his men, he only wanted that bull of a manservant, the dim one always. You weren't even supposed to be here.
What were you going to do to...
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to... I was only supposed to point the lamp in the right direction once. Then you turned up. Well, go on then.
You're not worth the effort.
No. Fucking coward!
I need to find Goots.
Get your filthy paws off me, you naughty-pated lout!
Stop calling me names! And stop spreading...
Well, that will be, for they are not lies. Every last word is true. And...
Lord!
Goot.
He's gonna kill Nan! He said she had to pay him...
After what she did, it is only right. That loathsome harpy's very existence is a crime. Goots, was it? I have no quarrel with you. Only with your... Run along now.
No.
No?
I don't care what she did. Promise me you won't, or I'll...
Goots, no...
Enough, all of you!
Karen. But how did you...
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the pair of you. Did you think I wouldn't notice the two of you? Well, the whole thing got me thinking, who in Dalamil might bear me a grudge? And a certain snivelling shit I ran afoul of in me fair, though it was just Bogan back then. I thought the years might have taught you some sense. But I see you're the same pants-pissing craven you've always been. What was it we called you? Wet legs?
You bitch! Everything that happened. It was all... And now you'll finally pay for what you did to me!
Goots, you... If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go...
Fuck!
You great galoot. Out of the way, I can handle this myself. So, wet legs, you remember what you told me when we last met? An eye for an eye. Wise words, Ab. Wise words. And now, it's time to collect. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Is he...
Dead? No. But I reckon he wishes he was. It isn't easy going through life one eye short of a pair. After all, I should know.
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't notice. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working this. Said I'd stolen from his strongbox. I'd done nothing of the sort, mind. But that did, so I took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. His coin, his clients, but he crossed a line dragging poor Goots into. He didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Nan. Still got all my arms, see? Legs too. But what if he comes back again?
What if he does? First we take the other eye, then we work our way down. But something tells me the Wet Legs has learned it already. Right. Let's get you back to the hideaway. You've attracted quite enough attention already. Ta-ra, Clive.
Remind me never to cross you, Karen.
The gentleman of the town guard or something.
Mummy.
The bandits, maybe.
Fly, Ambrosia.
You deserve a rest. Any luck? Or will you be needing help with your
Well, I asked her, but... If you're looking to make a knife that will impress a master like Lubor, there are options. They're just not that viable. Featherlight adamantite knives will get passed from generation to generation, never needing, but adamantite ore is unique to ash, so it doesn't come cheap.
And it's beyond my skill.
Unique to ash? Are there any materials unique to Dalamil? Something which could be mixed with iron to refine it. Make it lighter.
What are you getting at?
You said that Lubor trained you to work iron, but he would have known that it would either be too heavy or too brittle for a carving knife. Perhaps his Dalamil...
If it's cheap metal you're using, then there's always... Folk first settled Dalamil to get at a mineral, and if you know the trick, it can be melted down in the furnace to drive out impurities from low-quality iron.
Bloody hell! I don't suppose you know the trick, do you?
It's hardly my speciality, but I've been around enough.
Looks like I've got some learning, Clive. I hate to ask after all the...
Limestone? Besides... Oh.
You'll have no trouble finding limestone.
Then I suppose I'll meet...
Right you are. So, do you crush it up? Or just throw it in the furnace?
Come on. Faster! case. Run like the wind. Got company! Come on, lads, let's tear the bastard's head off!
This must be Ignac's luggage. Nothing seems to be damaged. All right. Let's get it back to Dalamil.
I hear I have you to thank for the return of my effects. What shall I call you, my good man?
Wyvern. Glad to make your acquaintance.
A formidable name indeed. Well, Wyvern, I appear to be in your debt. Redeem here tells me you wished for an audience. Is that all?
A few moments of your time should suffice, yes.
You're a peculiar fellow, Wyvern. All right, speak.
Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Oh, a true work of art, that one. Karen drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that sword. It was made in the Outer Isles, far beyond the Twins, and is used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship. They believe no combat should ever exceed a single strike, and hone their blades to such perfection that none ever does. Each sword is made for that one perfect stroke, and for that stroke only, they crack upon a second blow. There's a brutal sort of beauty to it, really.
But how do they hone such an edge?
Fine question. Why, they use a whetstone, of course. Whetstones, rather. A whole array of them, ranging from the coarse to the fine. 10,000 licks with the sharpening stone, then 10,000 more. But it is the final stone which lends a mineral quite foreign. And that is why when it occurs to me that my little lecture is hardly equal to services rendered. Take this, together with the very stone of which I spoke, far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself, and a far more fit.
Thank you.
Pardon the intrusion, my lordship. However, it is long past time.
I am locked in bitter competition with a rival collector of curiosities. I am one step ahead of the unscrupulous scoundrel.
And there are many other collectors out there.
Too many to count, but only one do I consider my nemesis. Lord Byron Rosfield, and is a perennial thorn in my side.
I can imagine.
Farewell, Wyvern, may our paths cross again. Radim, we mustn't dawdle.
I think his lordship is rather taken with you, Master Wyvern. Coming, my lordship.
Trust Uncle Byron to find such an interest now. Let's see what Blackthorn may...
If all of us continue to work together in defending Dalamir...
What a mess.
Mummy,
The gentleman of the town guard.
One rock looks a lot like another. But hopefully this is what Sava needs. Dalamil's saved. And without... I wasn't sure how much, but I hope this isn't...
You are one of the good ones. You and that merchant both. She's got quite a gift for tea. Now, time to see... That'll do, I reckon. A knife forged from the very rock...
It's a fine-looking blade.
That sounds like my cue. And...
I'm sorry, Forge Master Lubor.
Let's take a look, then. First things first, Sava, do you think this is a carving knife? What do I think? It's sharp-ish, but it won't... And it's heavy. Heavier than it should be.
You might not think it just to hold it for a moment, but sell that to a cook and you'll never hear the end of it. It looks like someone paid a visit to the The limestone was a step in the right direction, granted, but what?
And I was so certain I had it all worked.
I don't know who you found to teach you that little trick. Next question. How much do you think I would charge if I'd made this?
Well, if it took you even a fraction of the time it took me, I would say...
And who would be able to pay that? The butcher? The hunter? Dalamilla's home to humble rule number 1 in any business.
Yes, Forge Master.
This is just about... I'd say you're worth keeping around a little longer. Starting tomorrow, you'll have an anvil...
I will? What would you do if...
I'd do what I always do. If it was for the butcher, I'd make sure it holds. For the hunter, for the cook, light as a feather. And for the nobleman,
There goes a master.
It looks like congratulations.
I couldn't have done it without so much for the spirit of Dalamil had meaning.
You've passed your test.
And when I do, I'll...
Something the matter, Theodore?
Quiet. Those are our terms. I trust that you will give them your...
I shall.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes, but enough about him. How did you fare down in Cashlog?
It's done.
You made quick work?
I should go and let Ella...
Don't let me keep you. But Clive, don't... She'll only get upset. I'll explain everything.
All right. Eloise, I just got...
Thank you, Cloud. Here. Well then, now that you have laid the ground, I suppose we'd better finish the job. The first thing we'll need to do is make sure our offer for the bearers is accepted.
You're still in negotiations?
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the Fist on our behalf, but things have been trickier than we anticipated. I suppose it's to be expected. This is the army we're dealing with, but we shall emerge victorious.
Well...
I'm not sure I do, but thank you.
Ah, Clive.
You wanted to...
The man I was watching earlier, the one speaking. He represents the Silver Peak Consortium. It's...
I don't think I've heard of...
Well, every trader in Dharmekia has. They operate across the length and they're still expanding. And judging by her reaction earlier...
And you'd rather she didn't?
I would rather she did what make... And I would never deny her such an... Eloise saved me from slavery. And we have... But this was not the life my sister wanted, nor the one she deserves. I won't let her give up on her dreams again for my sake. She freed me from my bond, and she must be freed from hers in turn.
You're a good man, Thea.
I have always been grateful for what my... And I want to repay the favor. But each time an opportunity to do just that arises, she turns it down. For my sake.
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why I want this time to be different. Though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to time.
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, these bearers aren't going to move themselves. That's a job for the...
There's a lot of road between here and the capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere. What happened here?
If you're with the other, they've already relieved me.
I'm not. I'm looking for someone who was sent here by a man named...
And then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford, attendant to the Lady Ariane
of the Seven High Houses of Resistance. It's been a long time since last I saw my great-aunt. Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. Yes, she is. The Lady Dowager has... I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw some villagers being...
Bandits?
They looked more like field hands. It didn't matter in the end. I did what I could to help the victims, but all it earned me was a...
Which way did they go?
South, toward the gate.
All right. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach. Visit the Vale.
Thank you.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Make for the town while you can. There may be more bandits nearby.
You don't need to tell me twice. Many thanks, traveler.
This looks to be all of them.
I thought I told you to make for the Vale.
And stand by as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive, and I'm fine. Which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a brazen attack so close to their gates.
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. There are few hands left to work the fields, and even fewer to The market stalls are nearly bare, and the price for what remains is exorbitant. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits, I meant it. They were probably just desperate.
Rockford, if you are to continue your investigation, you first need to seek the attention...
I shall return to North, but allow me to thank...
Don't thank me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where I shall send a Pistolus as soon as I may.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for it. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
going spare night.
Anything catch your eye? Much obliged. Thanks very much.
I see you.
The rest's location affords a constant... Speaking of which, I only
happen to be in the right place. They both seem to think...
I am afraid that Grim Storm is in crisis. And if we are to... And we must work.
As it is mine.
So?
I did, and he was as...
And what precisely will I be cooking up?
Blueback wyvern liver. And, a herb known as Saint's Bonnet.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Well, now then, you stay right where you are. Let's out these... And here we have it. Fried mortress of skyworm. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption. Well...
And rightly so. Is there any high...
So...
What the crackle of the crust gives way to an almost... It is a tour de force. A force of nature, even. A maelstrom of flavour and...
I think he likes it.
I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking.
Decent. Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men and women?
I'll give it some thought.
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off... So, Molly's left, but I'll teach me for treating you like you're still... All right. Now we know what you're after. I can see it.
Speaking of which, I brought one for late.
You can, aye. And in return, you can thank Tomes for me.
I was just on my way to see him.
Nothing like a dish of...
I'm sorry, Nan. I didn't mean to make... I just thought I had to protect you.
Aye. Well, someone had to. Your parents certainly didn't give a whit for you. Well, reckon the both of us would be worse off if I'd not taken you. You've always been me right eye, Goots. And I'd have you stay that way. So don't you dare go looking for trouble again.
Well, I will. If you ever need help, I'll do it again and again.
Why, you big fine.
Thanks, Nan.
There's nothing he wouldn't...
That's as maybe. But if he's ever to make his own, he'll need to start looking. Till then, he'll need people to watch his back. Just like...
Of course.
Stop it. You make me one good heart. I don't go thinking that'll do you any favours.
Who's that sulking over there?
Let me help. I know my letters.
Ah, Clyde, were you able to...
We were indeed, Lawsman.
Very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way.
Ah. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's rope?
About how she somehow...
Precisely that. A reasonable conclusion, I thought. The Fenrir of legend served Shiva, and while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply...
What are you suggesting?
That Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than consider. That in addition to Lady Jill, he has served as, in short, the icons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, have been diverse, and that number has only grown, and one can but speculate as to...
He has seemed more...
And if I am not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are...
Sorry for that, but hopefully you'll agree with...
You learned something about that?
I did better than...
What?
Yes.
No wonder I couldn't get the same finish on the grind. One hit and all done, eh? Might not be so bad if all you ever fought were duels. Good luck on the battlefield. Your second opponent would be here a lot.
Even so, is there...
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel, I could... But there'd be no replacing this little rock once I worn it down to a sliver. I reckon we get a dozen swords from it, if that. Swords that the curse breakers wouldn't know how to wield properly, and that would see them through a single fire pit. Nah, no point trying to copy that thing. Be about as much use as a wax anvil. But finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine, now that's something to consider. And what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Oh, just imagine it. Good valid... I won't make a copy, nah. I'll make something much better.
I'm sure the curse breakers will be delighted. Just... don't push yourself too hard.
I've been working day and night since I was half your age. Hey, I owe you one. August 2. Yes.
You'll be happy to hear.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make. You come and find me when you've got...
Right.
Trouble with your gear, or... What do you want? My best work, but it'll do. Yeah, that should do you. My best work, but it'll do. You can thank me later. Anything else?
If it's knowledge you seek. We've tons of plenty.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
Good. So Lady Karen accepted...
She was just too stubborn. She threw it right back in my face, in fact, and told me...
Karen refused...
I hope it wasn't something I said.
I'm sure you were as tactful as ever.
Thank goodness you're back.
Is this what you needed?
Yes, I'm loath to give a patient Alicia, but a single dose dulls even the most agonizing pain. It may be a gentle way to die, but I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light. Mid here.
Good. Just relax. Let the waves carry you to a better place.
Thank you, Daya. I'm so proud of you.
He's gone. Thank you, Roderick. And you, Clive?
I'll see that he's...
The man you helped today was my mentor, back in the Southern Isles, on the front lines of some meaningless war. I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage tents, to treat the wounded with my gift. But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. Until he taught me the truth.
An art we would be lost without.
Tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the curses.
And a kindness Sid would have approved of.
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one battle to the next, never knowing which might be your last. A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentor... I've no tears left. I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change. And we need to be the ones to...
And we will.
I hope so.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone.
Miss Shirley, how can we then...
Sid! Heard you were in Canva fetching young Ned.
Sid!
Vaguely.
I'm afraid so. I was able to get most of the Morgan. I fear the soil here does not. However,
I can't wait to.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morgan, the endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. That is correct. As for the Morble, I fear ordinary may not suffice. Why, a notice concerning this very creature would...
How timely.
Well, I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much to do, as do I.
He's a surly soaker.
Lady Karen, Goad tells me you weren't happy with our offer. Would you prefer the debt was
What debt? I don't recall. I may have tossed a talent or two in the hideaway, but those were donations.
Of course not. Pardon one. Surely you wouldn't shun the gratitude of a pauper who happened to have become...
Oh, fine. But I'm selling it and taking what I'm owed, then you're getting the rest whether you like. Where'd you even get this? A decent trader might nab 1,000 talents for a star ruby. A canny one, meanwhile, might claim it were nicked from the belt of Sid the Outlaw himself and ask twice. Might be I already have a buyer in mind. Might be you even know her. A fine continental maid whose beauty's only eclipsed by a guile in commerce. You wouldn't mind, would you?
Not at all. Just be sure to tell her that it's always a...
I hear you ended up delivering all three. Thanks to this lump. I sometimes wonder what I pay you for.
Speaking of which, I still haven't been paid last month's wages.
Oh, so you remember what's owed to you then? Get your ass beyond that disc of... Right.
I've seen that before.
Yeah. Plenty of times. It was the only goblet Sid ever used. Either out of habit...
I knew so little about him.
Like most people.
Martha and the Dame both seem to have fun.
But
how long did you know Sid before he...
Before he died? 20 summers, give or take. Back in the day, I was a purser on a trade ship. Which is where I met him. He bought passage to... oh, forget where. And having nothing better to do, we set up drinking Island rum till the morning bell dragged me back to my duties. Quit my post not long after that. On account of making a fine maiden's belly fat. But me and Sid stayed close. That was... before the magic woke inside my son soon after his first name day. And there was no hiding his knack.
Couldn't you and your family have...
My family were the ones who summoned the constable. Wanted the monster taken away. I couldn't turn my back on him. Forget what I felt. And I couldn't for the life of me understand how they could. Luckily, it was him who stood beside me when... him who cried for me, him who swore he'd do everything he could. And he was true to his word, too. Left the Royal Army once and for all. Threw away everything he had. All to right a wrong that no one else had the courage to face. I knew then I'd follow... was always too clever for his own good, was Sid. Saw the world for what it really was, while the rest of us were content to go along with the lie we were shown. And it can't have been easy, bearing that burden alone. But he didn't let it stop him. He never lost faith in what he believed was right. And that gave us faith in him. Faith he'd steer us true. So I swore to myself that I'd always be right behind him, ready to catch the stubborn sod, if ever he should fall. But I couldn't even do that. Ignore me. Just the ramblings of a tired old man. Leave that lot. I'll tidy it up in a bit.
This is Sid's handwriting. Dear Otto.
I may be drunk, but I wanted you to know this place would be fucked without you. Love you, you grumpy old sod.
This note.
Hmm? What about it?
Sid was right. Without you, we'd all be lost.
He should have bloody well said so then. Just once. Before he went. But then, why would he? Him, or anyone? I'd only have told him to piss off. You're wrong, though. Both of you. It was never just me keeping the hideaway afloat. It was all of us. I just shoved people in the right direction. I barely seem to be able to do that anymore.
Would you rather goat were at the helm?
Well, maybe I've got a few more years left in me.
I'm going to hold you to that, Otto.
Before you go, Sid would have wanted you to have this.
But that's...
This'll do me just fine. Thanks for the ray of sunshine. I'll see if I can't pay you back.
Already have.
All right, Clive. Blackthorn told me you helped him out. Speaking of which...
Worried about him.
Afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but... I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, and he gave me this flashy... So, obviously, I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be impressed. Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work, and... Seeing as how Black...
I'd speak to him. Well...
Cheers, Clive.
I'll be sure to pay him.
All right, I'll meet...
How may I help you today, Clive? Come to claim your just desserts? You earned this. All yours. Here you are. All done?
Cole said it was an army of Akasha.
Bloody hell, Clive.
That remains to be... August tells me he... And at the sight of it, clearly upset.
Come on, mate. Bottling it up ain't... If it weren't the ring...
It was. It brought back some unhappy memories.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn.
And sometimes it doesn't.
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my... That ring you flashed was... We apprenticed together.
You've never mentioned him, but...
Why would I? I ain't seen him in decades, and the last time the ring brought it all back. I could tell it was one of his vastest improved, though. More than I thought possible.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few...
It matters, because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea. The fact is, I couldn't make it.
So what?
I'm the Hideaway's master. I'm not stealing a living at some backwater. My armor keeps you lot safe, and as far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. So I put my up because the curse breakers, and I refuse to be shown...
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit?
I doubt he'd be too happy.
Then just this once. Make peace with being second, but swallow your pride. And focus all keeping the curse break. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me.
What'd you say, Blackthorn? It's not like you'll be going...
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon old what's-his-name-is, then?
In Dravozd, my old village. He won't have left.
Dravozd, eh? That rings up just north of the fields of Got that, Clive? Meet us, and I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get...
Good luck with that. Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't letting any...
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. I suggest you go home.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No. It isn't. Blackthorn.
Long time no see.
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise. I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull.
All right. Just... don't go starting anything with the chief.
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first punch. That good enough for you?
Go on then.
Much obliged.
So this is Dravozd. Not much going on, is there?
It's a smithing town. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard over the sound of hammer on anvil. Clive, you're good with people.
Hey, you ain't backing out now.
There's a river of bad blood between me. But if someone can build me a...
All right.
I appreciate it. It'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master's. He'd have inherited it when I left.
The forge on the hill.
Good luck. You'll be needing it.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
Mama?
Hotter! Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter, let alone iron.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm looking for the chief.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. Well done, Snotty. You're not welcome here. Get out. Before things turn nasty.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's traveled a long way to see you.
Yes, has he?
He's waiting. Down by the gates.
Then I suggest you take him with you when you leave.
Didn't you apprentice together?
So what if we did?
Fuck! We're getting nowhere. These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless.
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals.
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here. And neither are you.
All right. I'm going.
Please, Chief, you've got to do something.
Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss off.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, at least he didn't beat about...
There'll be no talking him round.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, what turned the village...
I left. Dravojd. Zoltan. The burden of leadership our dying master dropped in our laps. All of it. There are two kinds of smiths in this world, you see. My kind, who are in it for the love of the craft, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides. You would have torn Dravojd in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravojd prospered without me and my lofty ideals getting in the road. Until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the foot.
It depends on how you look at it, though. There's got to be other ways of making fire. We manage it in the Deadlands.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. New crystals were the problem, not the solution. And
you know what I mean, though, right? Where there's a will, there's a way. What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault. You couldn't have predicted this.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the last. Clive. Dravojd won't last long without its furnaces. So, do you think it's time we shed the way I see it? It's your decision to make.
Hold on, Blackthorn. Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest. And you'd be throwing it away.
All right. This place was your home. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. Let this be another step on the road to Dravost will show the world that it's possible. Wouldn't you agree, August?
When you put it, of course. It's like hearing Sid speak.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch the...
I know I'm off by heart. I'll be needing some help, though. Building a furnace isn't exactly a one-man. Do us a favour and round up anyone strong enough to lug a brick or two, would you all?
All right.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. Finding me some salamander. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else will stand. Luckily for us, salamander.
Time for a spot of hunting.
Fly, Ambrosia.
You deserve a rest. Let's make this quick, shall we? No holding back. find it.
What's this all about then?
Don't. Any trouble finding the skin?
Nothing I couldn't.
Right then. If everyone pulls their weight.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think it'd work. But it's hot enough.
You know what this means?
Sorry about it. That thing you built us is an honest-to-God's marvel. You've saved our village.
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking.
Give this to him, would you?
What is it?
Pit Cole's cinders. After he left, I spent years trying to eke the most out of our forges. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and your forge will burn hotter for long. Our secret for yours. Only fair. I've always envied, since the day I became chief. I spent no amount of sleepless nights at the anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. But he took off. Is it any wonder I hate his guts?
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geezers who hold grudges tighter than their hammers. But what matters is, Blackthorn's got that twinkle back in his eye. And I'd call that a job well done. I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off without us?
See that you both do.
All right. It'll be a nice little...
Gentlemen.
Yeah, well, the whole village turned out for a go on the bellows after you. Everyone except Zoltan has.
Oh, but that reminds me.
Pitco Cinder. How'd you come by this? And you're sure he wanted me to...
I'm sure. You didn't say...
Yeah. You know I could never leave this place. Every time you put on mail, you and the curse break, there's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will. And if that helps save even a single life, then he'll have my... What was it you said he called me? Huh? A genius? And he spent sleepless night trying to copy me, did he? Sounds like I better get to work.
It's good to see you back on form, Black...
I don't know how you pair put up with me sometimes, but I'm grateful. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah. About to put Zoltan back in his place.
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are.
A little healthy competition should be...
You're not wrong. It's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be bygones. No use grumbling about it now, though. Blackthorn's happy. Or as near to happy as he gets. And that's good enough for me.
So what do I owe the honor? What do you want? That it? Fine.